Awaiting. How may this unit assist you, First, the Valerie unit is the exclusive property.
You'll have to pardon Val, Commander. She gets confused sometimes. Logic unit can't always keep up.
I already tried that. Oh, I'm impressed by the suggestion.
Do you have any other queries, Commander? Vitality augmentation. Do you have any other queries, Commander? Attempting to ride this unit in order to replicate the... Do you have any other queries, Commander? The other highlights include the... Do you have any other
protocols ready.
Feels good to be back in the saddle, don't it, Val? Kind of reminds me of our days at Nix's work, dodging protective patrols. You remember that?
Error. Memory not found.
Ah, well. That's all right, Val. I'll just have to do the remembering for both of us. Let me know when you needed a stretch. The idea is to kill them before you die.
Mind needles. Engaging combat protocol. Dispensing. Providing aid.
Are leaking outside, Commander.
Emergency protocol syringes primed.
What in the where now?
Entering a confrontational state. Cameras discerned. Fortifying.
Lights flashing before my eyes, Commander! Revive me!
Resuming hostilities. Enthusiastically neutralizing unfriendlies.
Ready to wait on your command.
Engaging combat protocols. Negative. This unit is non-functional.
Over here! Three holes ahead! You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a freighter!
Providing a host of health.
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when. Quite the feat of engineering to keep a
Go there. Approach the gate and identify yourself if you're looking for access. Well, of all the improbable sights I'd never imagined to actually see, folks simply wandering around the Badlands of Praetor would be near the top of that list. I've not the mind to solve the equation that demonstrates how unlikely it is you've survived enemy combatants, hostile critters, and endless lightning in near equal measure. Is that so? Amusingly enough, I'm inclined to believe you, which means you might be just the help Exemplar Simon's been waiting for. He is in the lab atop the hydraulicalized lake. There is a trail that leads to the top, and given this... Should you ever need to exit the station, just approach the gate, and I can open it for you.
Greetings, unaffiliated individual. Could you be a freelancer? A gun for hire? Might you be interested in a job involving the removal of dangerous How
You're about to enter territory controlled by Ans's choice. Act accordingly, or you'll end up as close friends with the inside of a raptidon.
You there, you came from out interested in work? Or was the allure of helping to advance science and being paid for it too much to resist? I'll get right to it then. I need someone to bring me a Gorvid egg. stars. I'm glad to have... I sent my assistant off to the north with a tracking device. Oh, and bring back my assistant, too. If you find him with all his pieces still stuck together. He ain't much good for assisting in research if he's all torn up. Sound reasonable? Which of my assorted critters would you like to know about? We've got quite a pile of them here on Praetor. Once all the queens got zapped, the thought of being the first person to kettle guild. Right now it's mostly raptidons, which I'd be more than happy to talk on at length. Excellent. Which one? Something else then? I sent him off with a tracking device to find a Gorvid egg. He might be out of his depth. Can you find him and bring him and the egg, or at least the egg, back for me? We found signs of Gorvid activity. I sent him off in hopes he could put a tracker on a Gorvid. Then we could follow it back to its nest. Should be just north from here. Almost definitely a lethal encounter with a Gorvid. That's what happened to my other 5 assistants. I know. You're absolutely right. I should have held one back to do all the grunt work. Now I have something else then? Ask away. A little free information is a small price to pay. Excellent question. There is some special process inside the egg that happens just before hatching. I need to watch this in a lab, then swoop in at the last second and dissect it. Do they have chickens where your Gorvids and chickens are very alike? Except Gorvids are some bits? Something else then?
Wrangling raptidons. Raptidons may seem a mite dangerous, but it's a far safer endeavor than being one of Tedford's research assistants.
Of unfamiliar visages this side of Praetor. Our surplus is available for purchase if you're in need of something. More than happy.
I'm liking the enthusiasm you're bringing to the table.
All sorts.
Well, if it isn't our favorite contractor.
You know, I reckon half the corp on this little chompy. I hope he's getting enough to eat. Oh.
Impacted colon got you down. Well, trust.
Be refreshed, so mentally refreshed. I feel so much lost.
I'm free. No longer does my packed intestine dictate where I have to be. Oh, live on. Take.
freedom of choice. And you...
With no rest and no downtime, we shouldn't pay for a drink at a time. We don't want to make demands, but no more peeing in bottles and cans. If you won't let us sleep or eat, you can't charge us for
You seem like a go-getter. Let's consume lunch sometime.
Sorry. Time is bits. Bits is time. Or are, that is.
Yes? The whole reason we set up here is to avoid customers. Is there something you need? See that repackaging facility down there? We're supposed to be working it, slaving away for a few meager bits that we then gotta use to pay for our own necessities. They work us like cysty pigs, charge us for the stems we need to yoke those hours, and don't let us relieve ourselves but in empty fizzy tea bottles we keep beneath our stations. So, we're making trouble until that changes. Until we get some respect. Until the privy is left open all day. Can't imagine what. Ain't like you could fix all of Auntie's Choice's hierarchy by your own self. I don't think you could even change this one dumpish over... Now...
And clandestine infiltration.
Avoid the strike. They should be after blood.
Welcome to Auntie's Fine Product Revitalization Center, where we create... I assume you are the disruption ameliorator from home? It was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule and is making me look quite the fool. Are you serious?
Bottles on factory floor! Time for
Keep the chanting going!
unload!
I can see the overseer up in her office, and we're definitely making her miserable!
No more bottles on factory floor!
Class consciousness in
Time
action.
for unlocked bathroom doors!
Welcome back, ameliorator. Welcome to Auntie's Fine. I assume it was about damn time you got here. This labor stoppage has put us almost a full week behind schedule and is making me look quite the fool. Unsophisticated, impertinent, dim-witted. You'll fit right in with my peons. So, maybe it'll make sense to you when they babble about basic dignity and human rights. It should go without saying that such flights of fantasy have no place inside Auntie's Choice, and if we were still in Tau Ceti, they would face grave consequences. Nevertheless, here, we must focus on getting these ingrates back to work, and remind them that they're damn lucky to have Auntie's Choice to dedicate their lives to. Absolutely. These lugs have been positively exalted in the good fortune of rising to their limited station within the meritocracy that Auntie has derived for us. Why? Can you imagine suffering under the yoke of a sovereign's rule? Or floundering at the ridiculous direction of those No. Only within Auntie's Choice can these drudges achieve genuine prominence. You're asking me? That clearly is your domain. And when I say I, it is critical that you understand that, as director of this facility, I should effectively be treated as though I were an executive. Is that clear? Well, there's no call for rudeness. It's unnecessary, unprofessional, and distracts us. This plant relabels dated items with new Auntie's Choice trademarks and slogans. It is critical to keeping revitalized products on the shelf for consumers hungry. So, the workers may be unhappy, but they must realize their comfort is a distant second to Auntie's delivery schedule. Or in short, they need to get back to work. My workers are striking people now? How very alarming. We must resolve this before things get even further out of hand. We've only got a few guards, and they've got a lot of skulls. Plus, they may have made mention that if a ruckus starts, they'll make sure it includes me. So we're apt to try a parley first. That is, my team insists. They're very protective. They, cherish me. Yes, they cherish me. They've appointed some kind of leader, and he's the one you have to talk to. His name is, Dummy? No, that's not right. Dunce? Dummer. Dumbly? Dunbar. It's Dunbar. If I'm honest, my gaze is purely focused up the ladder, not down it. I am a very important upper, middle, lower manager, and the way I advance that status scantily involves learning the names and faces of my peons. Their value is in providing their minuscule contribution to this mighty and prestigious corporation. And by providing their maximal effort, they allow me to ascend, vacating this position so that one of their undistinguished masses can fill it, thereby becoming distinguished. Well, that's all fine and good in your system. But here in Arcadia, it is Auntie's needs we cater to. And right now, her need is you convince Dumley Dunbar to get back to... I believe he has. You will find him up on the landing pad with some of his minions. Go help him understand the situation so everyone can get back to work. That clear? Yes, well, I'm sure you'll manage. Auntie has faith in you. Best of luck to you. Do us...
That's right, folks. Keep the chanting going. I can see the others
I ain't aiming to seem rude, but I got a lot to deal with right now. Unless this is mighty important, I'll respectfully ask to be left to my business. Then what in law's name are you doing here? Well, that certainly is unexpected. And potentially wonderful. Assuming, of course, you can actually help us. And he's got to prioritize worker prosperity over productivity. What we've got now is, poor, labor retention techniques? What's going on is, remind me again?
An inhospitable occupational environment that ignores worker safety and health concerns.
Right, that. Right. Exactly. The conditions under which Auntie extracts our labor is, unacceptable. They're egregious, even.
They work 20-hour shifts, which require stims to endure that are charged at a premium. Adrena time is actually cheaper on the undisputed claim than it is here. And if that inhuman brutality isn't enough to offend basic decency, they're also barred from using the restroom throughout the business day. Their 20-hour, it is an unconscionable condition to keep these workers in. I can't imagine how hard it is for them to coordinate their daily duties. No, I'm just a fellow underling suffering the corporate grind who saw the plight of these poor folk and needed to help them make a fit.
That's right. Leo has been an absolute wealth of...
Under the yoke of...
Right, that.
Me? Why, my...
Now hold it right there. We aren't here to talk about Leo. We're here to talk about what it's going to take to make us get back to work. Right? Our shifts need to be reduced to 12 hours a day. 4 hours of personal time ain't even enough to rest, much less get any actual living done. Second, if we gotta work those long hours, we want free Adrena time. Bad enough it's making everything taste like we're gnawing nickel pads. Having to pay for the pleasure's too far. Finally, we want all-day bathroom access. Expecting us to fit our necessities into the same 4 hours is just mean. Plus, between us, most folk ain't, if you get my meaning. thank you for your trying.
Detecting unusually
With no
elevated
rest
levels
and
of
no
disgruntlement.
downtime, we shouldn't pay for adrenochrome.
Welcome back. Did you make contact with workers? Do they understand that this stoppage is madness? Are they ready to return? So, what are these ingrate alley sprats willing to settle for? Golden privies and gilded sheets to be spoon-fed crunch 12-hour? Are they mad? I am, frankly, disappointed you would even bring me such a preposterous demand. You should have nipped this offensive arrogance in the bud. Their hero, you say? Well, I hadn't considered that. If they adore, in addition to respect me, they'll be far more receptive to overtime and reduced bonuses. That would translate into more profit for the plan. All right, you've convinced me. What else do they want? Free? Free? Nothing inside of Auntie's Choice is free. Giving something away for free is akin to ignoring the cost of its creation, which is one small step from the system completely breaking down and plunging us all into anarchy. What in the void are you talking about? My greed is certainly doing no such thing. What? No, I would never. That's slander and or libel. And you can't prove a thing. Well, fuck. That's quite the rub, isn't it? All right, what do you want? Huh. I don't know why you would waste leverage on them, but I suppose you've got your reasons. All right, they'll get their Adrena time and you'll get all the bits. Is there more they ask? They want to relieve themselves on company time? I've never heard something so preposterous. What if they lounge? What if they take time to relax? What if they retreat to indulge their baser urges? Auntie would be paying for all manner of unprofitable shenanigans. Somewhere? Oh, that actually explains the odor in storage room 3. I never imagined they might be... I'll get the door unlocked immediately. What more do they want? Very good. Ha! I was going to say very good, but that would be downright farcical. There is nothing good about this situation. Please, just resolve.
Hello again. Do you have news for us about the negotiations? That's as fine a place to start as any. What did that... Well, a most promising development. How go... She willing to see Reason? Free? Really? Why? What's next? Excellent. What progress have you made? That must have been quite the negotiation. Well, you have done exceptionally well by us, my new friend. With these new conditions, we'll return to work with vigor.
Damn! I really felt like I was close to signing all of you, and I needed that recruitment bonus. I don't know how I'm going to afford my hair cream now, but I'll get him next time. And he won't always have you working her ankles for her. And your usual agents don't stand a chance against me.
Next time? Against you? What in law's name are you saying? It don't matter. Oh, now, if you...
Congratulations on ending the strike, Commander. These laborers may now continue their work until death or retirement occur first.
The workers have returned and production has resumed. I have already informed the Home Office, and you may tell the executives that dispatched you that you have done an adequate job.
Honestly, right now I'm still way too tuckered to know if our conditions have improved or not.
Ever read the Middle Manager Handbook? It really shores up the foundation of your fundamentals.
Always remember, commercialism is the foundation that Auntie's Choice Society is based upon. Not because we worship bits.
Welcome back. We understand you've been a very busy little manty-wasp. Well,
Yes, time is bits. Tell us how it went.
a satisfactory effort, my ameliorator. I had hopes your talents would yield a result a mite more in our favor, but good work overall.
Well, I suppose I can't argue with the truth of that.
Anything else you'd like to report? Your performance at that facility went exceedingly well, all things considered. And it was an ideal first step in effecting my monopoly.
There you go. What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing? Marketing isn't some rigmarole you can plug into a computronic dude.
Yes.
I'm the head of the protection. Auntie wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's an attitude like a few aspirations.
Which is to
see you when.
As they tried with us at Taos. On just how much money your toil is netting us. It's time for forecast time, starting with
Reminder, domesticated raptidons are not pets. Please
Looks
do
like
not
we're
approach,
about to have company of
feed,
the
or
unwanted
scratch
kind.
behind their venomous jaw frills.
That's one hell of a wall. Going over or under's out of the question.
Incoming mortar fire. Agents are advised to duck and cover.
Whatever that was, doesn't sound like anything I'd like to meet up close.
Attention, Commander. There may be valuable parts at this location that can improve this unit's functionality. Performing a thorough search of the Automech factory is advised. Should you wish to maximize your Valor unit's combat effectiveness, visit factory schematics. It is likely the desired parts are being stored somewhere on the ground floor.
Invasive elements!
You have my back.
Prosecuting! I've eyes. Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Breaking for cover! I would not refuse assistance.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases sensibility, stifles
I shall not stay your execution.
untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind.
At your word, I shall charge.
Alright.
safe. We repel invasive elements.
To battle! Commander, watch your vitals! I would need it. Your judgment has found you!
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
Hey now,
Refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward nations, collective cognitive.
stand against us!
Is a fellow subject lacking? Come in, come right in, and be refreshed. Port them for mental refreshment post-haste. It's not just a good idea.
Are you ready to realign with the paradigm? To shed all manner of imperfect thoughts?
All it takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail,
And a quick dip into the lathe of particularity to abrade your imperfections.
I'm Head Refresher Ghoul, and I guarantee when you exit our doors, you will be a
Productive member of our perfect society again. Soon you'll say, goodbye, imperfect thoughts.
hello.
Greetings, subject. Or should I say, refreshed to be.
Preserve. Progress. Sustain.
Welcome to the... You're not on my schedule.
Right. That's, why...
Oh, you appear to have questions. A telltale sign of needing refreshment. Why, of course. It is the duty of every subject to submit for a quick mental tune-up whenever we experience imperfect thoughts or lack a little zeal.
Others are not.
Hedrick, I've undergone the procedure myself. Several Placid Waters Wellnetarium is the primary mental refreshment facility. Right as rain, neighbor. Right as rain. Simply step over to my automechanical colleague to my left, / your right, and it will begin your assessment.
Greeting, subject. Subjects are required to respond 100%. Query 1. Concisely characterize your personal perspective. Incorrect, but your response has merited a yay-sayer verbal commendation. For the accepted answer is, I fulfill my duty. Query 2. Rate your present level of zealous. Incorrect. Wait. Processing. That was correct. The degree of zealous efficaciousness expected of a query 3. Do you ever fall prey to imperfect thoughts? Unacceptable. A perfect society demands perfect thoughts. Imperfect final. Query. How would your neighbors describe you? Processing determination. An acceptable response. The appropriate reply was, they never questioned. Formula 100. The acceptable amount for a true and dutiful protectorate subject is 0. In conclusion, now, proceed to the near... Your realignment with the paradigm begins now. Your realignment with the paradigm begins now.
Trust me, the lathe of particularity does wonders.
Pondering begets disharmony.
Can't stop picturing Seb going through this exact process.
Dictates we reject individualism in all its many forms.
Oh, hello. Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain that look of inquiry and deliberation. I'm Waylon. No, I'm newly full of zeal. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try. Wait, I just blinked several times, didn't I? I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. My phrenometric peaks are still jutting all over the place, they say. Are you in disguise? I'd go with you, I guess. But I need something first. They took my commemorative pitch balls in there. From my favorite team, the Paradigm Abiders. Can't leave without it. I had to turn in my personal items when I was admitted. On account I tried to leave once or twice before. Saw them put it in a closet behind reception upstairs. Suppose so. One way out's the safest. Someone dug a tunnel in the kitchen pantry. Though there are 2 automechs assigned there now. That doesn't... I'll be...
Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall. The kitchen pantry is presently off limits due to anomalous structural tampering.
Settle down, everyone. Lecture's playing. Prepare to be edified.
For today's topic, we'll touch on why our program is so very important. Ignorant, misguided outsiders may wonder, why does the Protectorate need mental refreshment? Doesn't it inhibit personal freedom? Yet this freedom they celebrate is a yawning chaos, and their choice is an invitation to failure, loss, and anarchy. It is a sad fact that all human beings require direction. As my good friend the Consul would say, at its base, humanity unguided is cravenly, inept, and slothful. We of the Protectorate are not, because we do not allow ourselves to be. Paradigm charts our course. Purpose. The Consul is the firm hand that guides us.
Aborting search. Never more content. Never more content.
Trouble about. My hammerhead itches.
What the? Better
Get the rocket and I'll take care of him, Commander.
I'm taking cover!
Edging Commander, watch your vitals!
Huh? Better take a gander.
Commander!
In position!
Electrical damage. Failing. You have my thanks and my hammer.
Enemy approximating in our vicinity, Commander.
Sort of. Parasite identified. Etching.
I've eyes.
Better take a gander.
Let me know when you need
Make me walk on over there, huh?
Check enemy like just turned on.
Are you ready to realign with the paradigm? To shed all manner of imperfect thoughts?
All it takes is some light instruction, a restorative cocktail,
And a quick dip into the lathe of particularity to abrade your imperfections.
I'm Head Refresher Ghoul, and I guarantee when you exit our doors, you'll be a productive
Member of our perfect society again. Soon you'll say goodbye.
Greetings, subject. Or should I say, request to be.
Detail at the shipyard.
I despise that police. And yet I must.
See? Don't make me bury another agent!
You have my thanks and my hand.
Say, what's that sound? Why is the wall look so soft?
Oh,
Apparently this one...
Well, this is normally where you'd say something. To what end are you here? Tell me, a proposal. Adequately debate me on the merits and failing. Oh, do play along now.
None shall stand against us! I must get to gain my victory. Returning my friend, ready to dispense judgment on the accused. Prepare for absolution!
That's why mental refreshment is so important.
Set progress. Sustain the system.
Wait. I was led to believe my case required minimal treatment. But that last session, that was far more intensive.
Strong observation, Your Sublime Radiance. We set the lathe to the maximal abradement setting, per instructions.
Maximal? Who authorized you to use that setting? I demand the name of my betrayer!
Subject is exhibiting increased agitation upon exiting the lathe, consistent with extreme cases. Further abradement recommended.
Who are you speaking to? Are you recording this? Enough of this farce! Release me at once!
Overseen by Head Refresher Gould, the top cognitive deviser.
malefactor ahead.
As soon as my robustness is restored. You know when you needed a Our commander hangs from a thread!
Oh, a new face. Well, I'd welcome you to the Wellnetarium, but admitting you question is the first step in your recovery. You've missed the daily medicament dispensement, if that's what you mean. But you should take that up with the medicament dispensement automech directly. Head Refresher Gold provides us with upstairs in the audiovisual aids office, of course. Though that area is off limits to all subjects not a part of facility staff or security. How very interesting. Here, take my pass then. You must mean the lathe of particular...
That could have gone worse. Not very inquisitive, was she? Seems the mental refreshment process takes the meddling right out of folks.
Technology and know-how behind the mental refreshment process. That's why we are all happy and contented, and others are not.
Don't forget, your unthinking compliance lets the
Medicament
paradigm run with flawless efficiency. Unthinking is essential. Unthink today. Unthink tomorrow. Unthink forever.
Greetings, new person. You have a little query about you. I have answers to questions and no questions to answer.
While there are many mental refreshment facilities to be found throughout Arcadia, Placid Waters Wellnetarium here on Crater is uniquely special.
It is personally overseen by Head Refreshers.
Simon's call of independent thought falls on
responsible.
Their team plays the worst. Anyone... Oh, you're new. Must be. You still retain... Nope, they say my phrenometric peaks... I couldn't leave. Not yet. Haven't completed my regimen. My phrenometric peaks are still jutting... Oh, why... Why, thanks, stranger. I'd go with you, I guess. My commemorative pitch balls. Oh! One way out's the safest. Someone dug a tunnel in the kitchen pantry. Though there are 2 automechs assigned there now. Okay. Oh, hello.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
This is... Oh, after you, by all means. I fear I must insist.
Collective cognitive compliance is a
Guess all outsiders aren't as bad as Prudence makes you out to be.
Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall.
Got eyes on some ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just stay with.
Don't hurt him, please. The Sovereign isn't at his best right now. You're not here to harm him, are you? If so, I must warn you, I will defend the Sovereign to the fullest extent of my meager abilities. Yes, it is. You'll have to forgive...
My Sovereign? What? No. And certainly not the embodiment of...
Deserves what? Whatever do you mean? We've been here since it was determined that... Since then, he has been receiving dedicated treatment from head refresh... Not at all. Why should I? One who... No subject to even think this stately for... I will stay true to him and the Protectorate to the end. We all will. The Sovereign is receiving the finest possible care as he has every day of his life. Treatment outside... Just leave us be.
I suppose there is nothing we can do at this juncture. Guard him well, Feld. I shall honor him, in health and infirmity alike. I swear it.
Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave. Go. Please, just leave us. Just leave.
Prosecuting!
Medicament dispensement has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception.
The story of Auntie Cleo versus the Moon Man is a ballad for our ages. A thing of legend, to be handed down for a modest fee to each successive generation.
Your performance?
There you... What do a bunch of eggheads know about marketing?
Yes.
I'm the head of the Protect... Auntie wants details on their methodology, pharmacology, and technology. This archive plan says it's important? Fine. Oh, do tell. I hope you gathered supplemental materials and recruited the scientist as well. Well, got what we needed. Sometimes a body count can't be helped.
Better in the ground than in our enemy.
Now, I assume you won't mind we have a few questions about the process. Our people will extract details about the pharmacology and methodology, and that will all no doubt prove useful. But we're most... Can't say I like the sound of that. Seems like they'd be difficult to market to.
How truly unfortunate.
What else can you tell us about the place? Turn up any additional details? Anything especially marketable? But still, they keep on marketing it as virtually foolproof, don't they? So much for their vaunted moral high ground. And so much for us Oh, good to know, good to know. What else? Excellent. Along with something too bad about the lead scientist. All right. For your next assignment.
Congratulations.
So your preliminary chores are complete. Oh, finally a contractor with a little backbone. Normally they flee or expire, leaving the work woefully incomplete. Ah, I remember you from before. Fairfield, tell me, as an outside agent, do you have any quandaries working with our organization? We do tend to forge ahead, yes. Free enterprise moves freely. So many ways to grease the wheels. Do hope you'll forgive these two. They're competing for a rather significant promotion, you see. It tends to make employees fractious, like young ursopods cooped up in the... So, you've been advancing a fairly radical idea with a group that, to date, we've considered our rivals. Certain communications have even been exchanged between our ship and the Order's headquarters. You've spoken to the delegates, yes? A cessation of hostilities could present any number of potentially profitable options, assuming we could work out favorable terms. Oh, my security team would never allow it. But a call like this over a secure line should be an accept. Of course, Ruth would also need to agree. Perhaps if you were to perform a few useful errands for the Order, you might earn a meeting with her to propose the same. Have Ruth reach out when she's ready to talk, and I'll set up a call on a secure... is down 18%. I'm not paying hunters to run up.
Order has always proclaimed patience as a virtue, but I am pleased my waiting is finally at its endpoint. For so long, you have only existed as numerical values on a chart. A bright star in a constellation of possibilities, as it were. Now with your arrival, the Order nears the totality of its goals, provided you are willing to stay aligned with our cause. Faith is trust without evidence. You deserve far more than that. Now then, I gather you already know who I am, but science has shown that good manners strengthen developing relationships by 5.3%. So, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ruth Bassar, third presiding bishop of the Order of the Ascendant, supreme calculator, and, plan willing, the architect of Arcadia's prosperous future. I admit, when I sent my initial message, I did not exactly know who its recipient would be. But I trusted the plan. Your recent exploits at Greater Tranquility Station have certainly made for compelling reading material. Confronting an assassin, and thereby sparing the delegates' lives before the rift inexplicably destroyed the station? Such a commendable effort is worthy of acknowledgement. Yes, by all reports it was. But the plan evidently has greater outcomes prepared for Vicar Levin. He is, at that. I consider him a close personal friend, and I cannot say that about... However, there's something of even greater import we must discuss. I just received the most curious transmission from Auntie Cleo. She wishes to discuss a partnership of sorts, and I heard you were the source of this plot. I must admit I have significant doubts about colluding with an entity like Auntie's Choice. Why should the Order agree to even entertain the possibility? Wise enough to recognize the perils, too. But the right course often involves remaining open to new possibilities. Auntie Cleo has already proposed a secure conference room on board the Undisputed Claim for our use. I will await your arrival there to mediate.
Failed to cite her work completely. I worked with presiding Bishop Orlo, you know. Now there was a serious scientician.
I believe our group's combined efforts are in direct accordance with the plan.
took what nature heedlessly assembled and bestly rebetted it. Look who it is, the instigator of this little affair. Her mathematicalness should be along soon, unless the leader of the Order's too busy crunching numbers to attend to business.
There we are. Apologies for the delay. We were resolving some technical issues. Cloister's atmosphere has a tendency to...
Oh, yes! Regale us with a thorough account of Cloister's atmosphere. Spare no detail.
This must be Auntie Cleo's trademark wit. I expected better. If I was discourteous, I apologize. So long as our mediator proves up to the task, surely we can remain civil. If not, these negotiations may prove short indeed.
I suppose you've passed muster. Certainly not averse to getting your hands dirty. But the give and take of deal-making is another matter entirely. From where I'm positioned, I sense 3 sore points still in need of massage. Point 1, control of the archive. Point 2, oversight of production and distribution of skip cores. And point 3, management of Rift technology.
Before we go any further, I want it in writing that the Order will take full control of the archive without interference from Auntie's choice.
What? So the Order can set it fruitlessly idling for another few centuries? We would put it to far more practical use. Imagine the marketing strategies it could develop.
I would sever my own hand before giving custody of the archive over to a corporation. Humanity's ascension depends on its calculations. No, such a condition is out of the question.
Amenable to that proposition. Less work on our part.
I'm waiting to hear an argument that would support such a ludicrous proposal.
No one said anything about paying, but, it would be a pittance compared to the future profits we might derive.
Involving money in science seems questionable, but having access to Auntie's resources would be useful for our research. Fine. Yes, I agree. Reluctantly.
Ruth, I commend you for being so receptive, and I assure you that Auntie's choice values science. Nothing bad has ever happened when science and commerce are combined.
On the subject of science, it would be most prudent for us to discuss who will be overseeing the management of skip drives, specifically the production of skip cores.
No one understands production like we do. Besides which, we have far more experience using skip drives. It was how we came to Arcadia, after all.
Where Auntie's choice manages, the Order would undoubtedly excel. Do not exclude us from consideration merely for lack of experience.
So you ramp up production? And then what? Hand skip drives out for free to whoever wants one? Preposterous, and a waste of a perfectly good monopoly.
We would be diligent about who we licensed out the skip drives to, and a monopoly over space travel is precisely what I wish to avoid. This technology should benefit all humanity.
Exactly right.
I will want to run some calculations to be sure, but I'm willing to concede on this point for now. There is still the question of who takes possession of the Protectorate's rift technology once the war is finished. Although the science is still largely theoretical, this technology could be used to not only close rifts, but create new ones. A dangerous power indeed, left in the wrong hands.
The Order would fritter away valuable time endlessly hand-wringing what to do with the technology. Auntie's choice would actually use it. For good, of course. In a gainful manner. I'd be remiss if I didn't note that Auntie's choice also has scientists. Very good ones, in fact.
I am certain your scientists are adequate, but compared to Order minds, it would be foolish to pretend there is any contest.
My scientists don't perpetually dither with profitless theoretical impracticalities. They produce tangible, worthwhile results in short order, or else. A 50-50 split? But that's so equal. A poke in the eye would cost me less overhead. If Ruth's open to it, I believe I can agree on the general terms here. And, well, we can haggle over minor quibbling details like percentages later.
I shall look forward to brokering the math with you, Cleo. There is one final matter I wish to discuss. I require some chemicals that I have been told are manufactured at a plant on Praetor, controlled by Auntie's choice.
I know which plant you're referring to, Ruth, and what comes out of it is hardly safe for general use. Out of professional curiosity, what could you possibly need with such dangerous compounds? Running a little experiment, are we? On what? Or whom?
That is, quite frankly, none of your concern.
Precisely. Partners don't withhold secrets, although they can and probably should withhold extremely dangerous chemicals if not properly notified of what they will be used for.
I will make no progress with my request without further explanation, will I? While the archive is an infinitely complex machine, an equally complex apparatus has been designed which allows one to interact with it directly. Brain-to-logic assembly, as it were. Unfortunately, this headgear exacts a rather tremendous cost on the wearer. A certain panacea is needed to survive it, but I require these chemicals to finish it. Certainly, but nothing I'm not prepared to suffer.
And I thought we were the ones who threw caution to the wind. Well, Ruth, if worst comes to worst, I'd be happy to serve as a substitute teacher for the Order.
A generous offer, but I fear you lack a certain number of qualifications. Conscience, for example.
There is a strong likelihood that it will short-circuit my limbic system, eradicating my ability to experience emotion.
Oh, so you'll be even more of a bore. Ooh, doesn't sound like you'll be much fun at our future board meetings.
Only a child uses fun as a metric of any significance. That math is confidential, but I have enough reason to believe the outcome will be favorable. I did not anticipate needing to fight for my own physical autonomy, but thank you for respecting my choice.
Oh, how it's delightful to me to see you squirm. All right. I'll get you your weird chemicals. I'll even provide you our corporate discount, practically wholesale. Best I'll say is today's outcome is workable. Barely. Our gains were not as exclusive as I had hoped they'd be.
Arriving at any arrangement even remotely equitable was statistically improbable. Be glad our mediator managed to find a middle path forward. As am I. You certainly have a way of curving probability into your favor.
Well, that'll be all for today. Don't forget to purchase the latest in Auntie's Choice products out on the value-added Esplanade, or enjoy a refreshing cocktail at the Best Choice. And do come see me personally when you have time. I have just the thing in mind for an accomplished freelancer such as yourself.
One moment. There are still the logistics of recapturing the archive to consider.
We'll, of course, provide our expert troops to support these efforts. Have your people call my people to sort details. Doodaloo!
Brusque as ever. Auntie's troopers will certainly help us manage the Protectorate forces easier, especially if supported by your help. But it would be irrational to expect you to endanger your own life without a more specific strategy in place. Fortunately, I have already given this some thought. First, we must reclaim Spireton from the enemy. Spireton once served as the Order's headquarters, due to its proximity to the Archive. Its loss was an affront, and remains so. Unlocking and calling that lift can only be done from within the Archive, however. So you will need to infiltrate the Archive by alternate means, via a bridge connected to Newton. Fortunately, I am told you already dealt with the cultists there. Unfortunately, you will still need to find a way past a small rift currently blocking the bridge. A prudent course of action, though I would also advise caution. Praetor is as perilous as Cloister, if not more so, given the Protectorate's presence there. There is a computronical key that you will also need to locate within the Archive called the Calcaduceus. The Calcaduceus grants special access to the Archive. Once it is back in Order hands, we will have full control over its systems once more. Rift data. And how did you come by this acquisition, if I may ask? It troubles you, what you had to do to get this data. It must have been a difficult choice. But difficulty is not a metric useful in judging a decision as right or wrong. Something hard is only hard. Until the Order has control over the Archive again, this discussion is all but moot. You know. May you achieve progress.
Can't believe I just watched peace made between the Order and Auntie's Choice. Seems like a dream I'd have after eating too many woolly curds.
We've successfully co-opted yet another of our rivals. Can't believe those eggheads accepted the deal. What's next on my agenda?
That outside contractor is here. You requested a brief tete-a-tete.
Ah, there you are. Our fresh-faced new go-getter. We meet in the flesh at last. You've proved quite useful. Keep it up. You'll be going places. You don't seem much put off by my appearance. Good. I have no stomach for those with no stomach regarding me having no stomach. It is, however, something of a brand secret reserved for only the most trusted confidants. And covered in detail buried within the confidentiality clause you agreed to on arrival. I trust this presents no concerns for you, yes? Fortunately, when you're the head of an advanced medical technology corporation, you become first in line for any experimental life-preserving procedures. As far as what happened, I was the victim of an unfortunate industrial accident shortly after we arrived here, the details of which are less salient than the details of what comes next.
Not exactly. Well, exactly. But not in the way you think. We have a mission for you that is vital to Auntie's Choice's survival.
We've uncovered an opportunity to procure me a new, audaciously improved replacement body. The body I want isn't just some simple yet stylistically sutured together amalgamation of corpses to bolt my head atop.
Not, this time, at any rate.
No, to find me the perfect body, you'll be assailing an inappreciably populated automated automech factory over on Prater. Not just any automechanical, something much, much more exciting. That facility was designed to build complex automechs, a natural choice when the Protectorate began experimenting with a proxy body for the original Sovereign. It was the last in a long line of his ill-fated life extension experiments. Work halted when he died, and the torso prosthesis they developed has been locked in the lab ever since. Make it mine.
There's a sub-facility beneath the automech factory. Its entrance, being hidden, is easy to miss, but we can show you how to find it.
Well then, fetch me my new body and we can finally begin bringing this system to heel.
Ready to waste. On your command.
On your go.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Trouble ahead. Bad company.
Disruptive influences!
On the way. To the rescue. Right on scene.
You telling me all those switches ain't just there for decoration? Ugh, we got our work cut out for us.
If it's behind glass, it's valuable. I say we smash and grab. Seems we may be able to utilize the substance, but ain't sure for what.
Liquidate 'em!
Grenade, close it! Give the word and I'll take care of it, Commander. I can see the slogan now. Why wait for the apocalypse? You can carry it with you.
Marginal, Commander. Someone call for a medic. Happy to help. Discreetly. Let's get you healed. Looks like a fight.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Where's the enemy?
Locked and loaded. Let's get the signal. You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a freighter. Come at me.
Give the word and I'll take care of him, Commander.
My aftermarket parts are prime. On the way. To the rescue. Sight unseen. Let me handle this.
nick of time, as always.
Your arrival could not be more timely. After the events of Paradise Island, I could think of no one more suited to conduct a surgical strike of this nature. I'm, glad to see you again as well, Niles.
Gotta say you had me worried. The message you sent sounded serious.
Then I composed it accurately. To the task at hand. We are standing before the tomb of the matriarch. Few are invited to tour its halls, and even fewer know of its greatest secret.
Protectorate's not exactly known for subtlety.
For any subject, visiting the matriarch and First Sovereign's resting place is the pinnacle of the intelligence my friends risked all to acquire. Revealed a vault in its lowest level containing the matriarch's body of work, hidden from the public. Who knows what technologies the Protectorate is withholding? If the matriarch was the genius she's purported to be, the skip drive cannot be the entirety of her inventions. We'll certainly face more resistance inside, but rest assured, whatever but not for much longer. We are going to liberate any and all of the matriarch's research, whatever it may be, and distribute it to the people. We must first gain entry to the security room, however.
I can see a half dozen points of failure, but bad odds ain't ever stopped us before.
Glad we're operating on. We're unlikely to have another chance like this. We must follow through now that we've made the opening. Which also means, once inside, we cannot leave until the consul is incensed about the death of one of his own. He sends sentinels to hunt Audra down. I try to help her hide, but they found her anyway. They tortured her for the locations of the other members of our cell. They're all gone now, dead. I alone am left to complete our mission.
What the commander said. We thought we were doing the right thing.
I will not pretend it isn't a blow, but what's done is done. There will be time to grieve once the Protectorate is dead and buried. Slim chance of that.
Color me surprised.
After you... Stay close and keep silent. The less attention they draw, the better. Wait, we weren't supposed to be visitors today. That sentinel dosed with
You hang back here. Back here. The commander and I'll take care of this.
System's been activated. Run! Do not rush me. Wait, what is that buzzing noise?
Well done springing the jaws of that trap on the sentinel. Now to get that dose. chosen similar treatment.
Ready to waste it. On your command.
Wait there. I'll come to you.
All handled. Now, my turn. There should be a hidden entrance here.
Look alive, Commander.
The hair! Reholding the head! Hey! Got a distraction for you!
security room that we need to reach is nearby. Should be able to disable that energy barrier from there.
Who goes?
No one is allowed in here without the proper authorization. Ah, I see you have come armed. Intruders, then. I suppose you intend to extract my surrender through means most lurid and foul.
Damn, the head curator. I had hoped to slip in before his shift, but no matter. We cannot allow him to leave and raise the alarm. He must be dispatched, quickly.
How's that now?
Now hold on. I know we had to kill that fella with the Sentinel, but this man's unarmed. He's already surrendered.
I rather think that line has some blur.
How much of a fuss could this one fella cause, really? Come on, Zeb. No need to cut any bellies over maybes and ifs.
Please, if secrecy's your concern, you may rely upon me to be the utmost spirit of discretion. I have never betrayed a confidence in my...
Allowing him to leave would be a grave error of mercy, one we can ill afford in this place.
If we start gunning down civilians, where does it end, Zeb? Ain't Arcadia covered in enough blood?
You need me to clear that moral obstruction for you? Fine. This man is an instrument of empire, perpetuating the tyrant's lies. And were our positions reversed, he would not hesitate to execute us, or worse, send us to mental refreshment.
I'm kin to the risks, Zeb.
Are you? Can you even fathom the indignity of having your every thought scrutinized and scored and made perfect? My sister was made into a shadow. I endured daily sessions with the lathe of particularity and still find myself policing my own mind for untoward proclivities and inclinations.
The commander's right. This man didn't put you in the lathe, Zeb. He's just trapped in the system, same as everyone else.
I never have possessed immunity against your pleading. Fine, you're free to leave. Do not repay this kindness with treachery.
You are merciful and wise. I will depart at once.
Let's hope the consequences of this decision do not assert themselves while we're still here. You and Niall should turn off the power to the security barrier and make your way to the vault.
No going back from here. Not until we've done what we can.
Don't set foot in that room. The schematics on this console indicate this place is
Looking a little...
No going back from here. Not until we've done what we can.
Don't set foot in that room. The schematics on this console indicate this place is defended by all manner of traps. One moment. Yes. It appears there are Emery tripwires, invisible to the naked eye, that will electrify the floors if crossed. Move cautiously, and if you have any gadgets that might help, I suggest using them.
Over here, Commander. Reckon I found something that might be useful later. Have a look, Commander. With a little elbow grease and some inadvisable engineering, reckon I can finagle these components into a fine explosive gel. Who knows? Could come in handy. I hear what you're saying, Commander. And I'm touched by the concern, really. I let the past pin me down for too long. But I'm a lot more capable now. Helps working alongside the finest Earth Directorate agent to ever grace Arcadia. You should know me well enough by now to know Let's keep on.
In spite of substantial efforts to prolong his life, my father's condition continues to deteriorate, both physically and mentally. It has been difficult to observe. His latest effort would see him entombed within an automechanical body.
Now there should be 3 switches in this
Objective,
room.
of course, to my father
When pulled in the
becoming some
correct
kind
order,
era
the
of
doors
machine
should
man.
open. If I'm reading this right, the order is 1, 3,
Far from being
2.
a panacea, this attempt has exacted a toll on my father that is likely to finish with time and disease have already begun. I
Must be a way to
soon be
suss out
sovereign.
which switch is which.
And if that bears out,
maybe if we
I
could
will need to hide all
wire.
of this. Burn all of my father's research into longevity. Seal his auto-mech body away at the factory. What grief I will inherit. What mess. By my grandmother, I cannot abide the time this research into the rifts is taking. It has been years, and yet I am still absent my wife and daughter. I am still half whole. The researchers swear it's possible to bring them back from the void. Perhaps those are only pretty lies intended to pacify me. But I trust Dr. Hurley to tell me the truth. I know the Consul wishes me to give up this obsession and focus on the war effort, but why should I? Am I not sovereign of Arcadia? Should my desires not take priority?
Well, I'll not lament a stroke of good fortune.
That vault door is quite the obstruction. Fortunately, there should be a code.
No. Fuck! They changed it recently. That shouldn't have happened until next week. I'm certain I can diagnose the issue. Now that you've cleared the way, I'll come down and join you.
I might have something else that could get you into that bunk, Commander. Does that seem a little off to you, Commander? Yeah, maybe. That business with the curator. I'm glad Zeb stood down, but it was close. Never seen him so eager for bloodletting before. He's changed. Ain't sure for the better. I know you're right. Suppose part of me still feels responsible for what he's gone through. Well, speaking of, remember those components I found? I was able to turn them into something halfway useful after all. You take the honors, Commander.
Nice! I was hoping for a more subtle incursion, but no matter.
Am I running hot, or was that a hint of worry I heard in your voice back there?
Alas,
in times of darkness, we must hold our principles
This
dear.
terminal should allow me to retrieve all the
I
information
fear the
stored
longer
here.
this war continues, the further we stray from them. Every step we take must honor the matriarch. I tell Henry this, but he is set in his ways.
This cannot be right. There's nothing here save the designs for the skip drive. Not even initial concepts. 10 years in Arcadia and the matriarch invented nothing? And what's this about a deal with the Earth Directorate? We need to talk. Now.
The architect bestowed us with the power of skip drive.
I knew the Protectorate festered with lies, but I had no idea the Earth Directorate was complicit. Niles, did you know?
Slow up, Zeb. What are you talking about?
It says your agency struck an agreement with the matriarch over a century ago. In exchange for skip drives, Arcadia was allowed to completely govern itself with absolutely no outside interference, including from the Earth Directorate.
Must be why the chief said we'd be on our own if we were caught. We were breaking the terms of this agreement. Unbelievable.
If this information is true, then the Earth Directorate permitted the matriarch to create a colony filled with her vassals, enslaved to her will. Everything Arcadia is, all of the suffering that's taken place here, it all could have been avoided. Things could have been different. There's more. The skip drive schematics are here. How the explosive safeguards against tampering work, its evolution over time. But no original concepts, no sketches. Nothing. Our dear matriarch is a fraud, a cheat. She did not invent the skip drive. There are messages here between her and the First Sovereign that all but confirm it. I thought I might find some technological innovation that could be handed to the Protectorate's enemies. But this is almost better. By releasing this information, we can thoroughly crush the image the Protectorate has been built upon. The Sovereign will be revealed as the unclothed emperor he is, and demolish Arcadia's myth of superiority. If we administer truth to the people, erstwhile, giving the skip drive designs to the Protectorate's enemies will even the fight. Their technological prowess will be made into nothing. Everything will come apart.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Not to mention how this agreement with the Protectorate will completely destroy the Earth Directorate's reputation.
I was not aware of such a connection between rifts and the skip drives. But I have confidence the Order will figure out a solution. Science is their theater, after all. As for the Earth Directorate, don't you see? This frees them from any obligation to the Protectorate. They'll be able to manufacture skip drives themselves. The deal will be voided. Once the problem of the rift is solved and ships can enter the system, why not? From what Niles told me, the Earth Directorate would be in opposition to Protectorate tyranny. I'll admit, the Earth Directorate has much to answer for. But if they would help, I would welcome it.
It's worth holding the Earth Directorate's feet to the fire for this deal, but I don't think the entire organization should be judged by its worst decision. It's done a lot of good, too. Plus, making the skip drive tech available, that's like throwing a lit match into a fuel converter. Can't think of a worse idea right now.
Do you think the Protectorates stand around debating the potential for injury? No. They act, and so must we. Damn the consequences. And should I refuse to leave empty-handed, what then? Short of shooting me? No.
I know you're aiming to do the most good for the most amount of people, Zeb, but sowing chaos ain't the way.
Do you know how many of my friends died so we could reach this point? Audra, and you would have me what? Give up now on the cusp of victory? Lay bare my throat for the Protectorate machine to cut? I am listening. Though I suppose I could stand to be a little more receptive. Out of respect for my friend, I will forestall the release of this information and seek another avenue to help liberate the people of Arcadia. I'll remain here for a while longer.
Guess this is goodbye.
Only for now.
I want to talk it over with the commander, but yeah, maybe we can work something out.
There they are. These are the ruffians who threatened me.
Zeb was right. I never should have let them
They had my back.
Don't even know where to start with everything that happened in there. At least we were able to talk Zeb out of his plan to release everything we uncovered. I'm all for sowing chaos in the Protectorate. But that kind of information is liable to do more harm than good in the wrong hands. expect backroom dealing from unregulated corporations, not from the only agency keeping them in check. The Earth Directorate should be better than that. Permission to speak candid, Commander. Strange as it sounds, this whole experience with Zeb has helped me finally understand the position Augustine was in. Back at Horizon Point, ain't easy having to decide between your allies and protecting untold innocence. I'm not saying what she did was forgivable, but I find myself wondering what would have happened if she'd lived. Isn't that the damnedest thing? Same could be said for Zeb. Law, even for us. And intention, we'll just reckon time will decide the heroes from villains in this tale. Defect from the Earth Directorate? Believe deep. All said, I appreciate right by.
Go. I'll be fine here.
There they are.
Commander.
Don't even know where to start with everything that happened. At least we were able to talk Zeb out of his plan and release everything I'm all for sowing chaos in the Protectorate. But that kind of information is liable to do more harm than good in the wrong hands. I understand his desperation. What I don't understand is the Earth. I expect backroom dealing from unregulated corporations, not from the only agency keeping them in check. The Earth Directorate should be better than that. Might be you're right, but is that the best we can aspire? Permission to speak candid, Commander. Strange as it sounds, ain't easy having to decide between your allies and protecting untold innocence. Time will decide that one, I think. Only thing I know for sure is that I hate the Earth Directorate for putting us in this spot in the first place. I'm not saying that. Well, I don't know. Maybe I ought to call it quits. Sometimes it feels like Like I don't know what I should be doing. I'm just cutting wires and hoping for the best. Been accused of that a time or two. Foolish as it might be, I'm still convinced the galaxy is better with the Earth Directorate in it, flawed as it is. Maybe I can make it better. Won't know until I try. All said, I appreciate you giving me the space to work through this. Sort of feels like the future's opening back up after a long time closed. Likewise, Commander.
Have you made any progress yet? I can barely contain my excitement. That's unfortunate. But I'm sure he died doing what he loved. Here's your reward. Every biological...
You've 5 seconds to make plain your intent before I let my boys here pitch some swill at you. 4. 3. 2. Last chance. Some folks really don't have the sense given to a sprat. Don't say I didn't honor Auntie's Choice's obligatory 5-second grace period when dealing with nuisance customers. Dribble, gob, muck 'em up.
Got some bad thoughts.
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when.
Have a profitable day.
still under the duelist.
Let me know when you needed a stretch. Appreciate a little help, Commander. All right, over here.
waiting. Could you be a freelancer? A gun for hire? Might you be interested in a job? And very well, if you exterminate the lot of them, I'll upgrade your basic entry. Oh.
You're remarkably effective for someone so ignorant of abstract calculus.
Locked and loaded. Let's get the signal.
Practicing some battlefield medicine.
Medkit coming your way! Medic, let's get you healed. Out of sight and on the way.
You've returned. Are the Raptidons vanquished? Oh, incredible. Then, as the...
You are the raw material for perfection. From the subject to the most exalted vigilant.
In battle! Let me get this. Prepare for absolution! Your judgment has...
Not possible. No target to gut.
Not just the card, you get the team.
Trouble above the average.
Malefactor ahead.
I repudiate...
All you is. This might sting.
I shall reduce them to a slurry! At your word, I shall charge!
Cannot fight a phantom foe.
Recharge scrim, in case you haven't noticed. I'm expiring down here. What the...
And out of all the cultists, she elevated me. She was my supervisor. I was just a lowly scientist. She alone could see my heart through the shell the Protectorate encased me in. And when she saw my pain, she looked into my background. It was my psychological profile. I saw it once. Recommended sending me to mental refreshment when I was young. Repeatedly. Something about killing sprats. But my parent, the paranoia, they were terrified that my behavior would lead people to start looking at them askance. You remember I told you they were vigilant? They could have helped. She gave me a life. A family. Thank you. It's hard. And I won't.
The state. I do not believe for a moment that he truly was in need of it. And I fear he shall never be the same. I choose to make my decisions on behalf of the Sovereign, for I know the Consul shall be made to pay for his part in this. Taking punitive action. None shall stand against us!
Place should be locked down and buttoned up tighter than Tristan's attitude.
Attention, IRC staff. Please head inside for an important announcement from the console. Attendance is mandatory.
Announcements are seldom so pressing that everyone must leave their homes. I myself
Electrical dampeners failing.